Calling on Saskatchewan's delegate list, signed by President McCallum. I need Alberta's list as well, signed by President Sandmeyer, and British Columbia's, signed by the designated person to President Lisa Smith. Whoever has that list, it was okay. Thanks. You can keep this mic on the whole time, guys, back there. Thanks. Hey, Yana, do you have those delegate lists? Is Susie an alternate? So for the procession, we're going to ask again that all the delegates that are around the inner circle move into the hallway and line up with your governing members. You're going to be called in order. And those people that are delegates or alternates that are going to be sitting around the inner ring need to go out and get in behind the veterans and the grandmothers for the procession. That includes President Margaret Froh and Hank. You guys got to get into the other room to come in procession. We're going to get started pretty soon, so finish up your conversations and take your seats. All the delegates and alternates should be in the lobby for Procession. Going to be coming in Ontario, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia. They will be led by the veterans, followed by the grandmothers, and then the delegates. This mic might be hot, so I'll let you add who you need to add. I gotta get something else done. Okay. That's hot. Okay, grand entry is going to start in about 2 or 3 minutes. I'm going to ask Brendan there to get his Saskatchewan delegates into the hallway. Okay, everybody, please stand up for grand entry. We're going to get started. We can ask the sound for a little bit louder and cue up Red River Jig, ready to go with the veterans. 3, 2, 1. Please welcome grand entry. Our veterans, followed by our grandmothers, followed by delegates from Ontario westward. Thank you. And please welcome Elder Josie Searson to come up here for the opening prayer. Elder Searson. The elder's prayer will be followed by the national anthem and the Métis national anthem.
Good morning, everyone. It is a real honor to be here with you this morning on this very, very special occasion. And it's wonderful to see all of you as I gaze from here and see everyone. It's a very, very special people, and it's touching for me. So let us pray. Father God, we just come before you and thank you for all that you have done for us. Through all these years, You have been there. And as our people may have struggled throughout the years, you have made it possible that we gather here today to celebrate and remember the effort that our initial leader made so many years ago, the intentions that we had for our people. And now we are coming to see what it is that he was wanting to do, but didn't have a chance to be, does not have a chance to be here, but in spirit. And so, Lord, thank you again for all your blessings. Thank you for the leadership who have been focused on what had to be done and to prove that, yes, we can move on. And despite any struggles, we will move on and do your will. Gusto ko nung tawinan, nung kagisagak, kawesa iyo, kita spend mo tutatnan, tawitsiyak, kawes pagagaistia pinigiak, minda tamama wiyak, umauta kayaak, minda kando tat kaya mi ituak, kawes tando tatuak, mina kawes tagaisiwas kawiyak, tamama wiyak, suskot tagat tapagityan tamak, uma, mama wiwin. Ang usimagagawa. Sa weni minan kaginaw, umunta kaya, an muna nung pagumagam note at tinigan. And so, Lord, we thank you for all your blessings for now and into the future. In this we pray. Amen.
We have the Métis National Anthem followed by the Canada National Anthem.
Generation and the future ones to come. With the past, oh, this, you will have to be strong. As we build a sweet nation, as we watch it rise again, our cosmos motivation to inspire future. We are proud to be what a nation rise again. Never walk without whether to what a nation rise again. Never walk. See the truth of strong and free. God is one, let give the breeze of there's time.
Please welcome your Métis National Council President Cassidy Karen.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our 40th anniversary of the Métis National Council General Assembly. I want to first begin by recognizing that we're standing here and we're doing this work today on unceded Algonquin Anishinaabe territory, and it's an honor for me as the president of the Métis National Council to be a guest on these unceded territories and to do this work with good intentions and with thankfulness and gratitude to the stewards of these lands who have cared for these lands and continue to care for these lands, and to do that work in partnership wherever possible. So it's so wonderful to be here in Ottawa, our nation's capital, the place where you all come here to work with the federal government, to work together, and to call our new head office home as well when you come here to visit. It is such an honor to welcome you here to Ottawa to do this really important work today and over the next 2 days. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge our color guard for bringing us in this morning, our veterans for the hard work and the service and the dedication that you have always served for the Métis Nation and for this nation, Canada, as well. I want to recognize, of course, our Grandmothers Council, who is back for year 2. And this year we are sadly missing Rita Gordon. And I ask for those of you in the room today to keep her in your prayers as she is unwell. She, of course, hoped to be here this week. And I know she wants nothing more than to be here. But unfortunately, she's having some health complications. So I'd ask for you to keep Rita Gordon in your prayers. But it's so wonderful to be joined here today with our Grandmothers Council. We have from British Columbia, we have Sadie Lucan. From Alberta, we have Angie Creer. We are very fortunate to have 2 beautiful grandmothers from Métis Nation, Saskatchewan this year. We have Joanna and we have Josie. And of course, we keep Rita in our prayers, as well as grandmother Diane Ludwig, who was unable to travel this week, but we had hoped to see her as well. And I know she'll be watching on the live stream. So hi, Diane, we miss you. We wish you could be here. So I wanted to begin this morning to talk about where we have gone, where we have been, and where we are going as a Métis Nation. We have a big agenda ahead of us. We have a number of guests who will be coming in throughout the days. We had hoped to bring all of our dignitaries in this morning all at once to bring our greetings. However, being here in Ottawa, of course, it pulls our federal leaders all over the place. This morning is National Caucus. So there will be leaders coming in this morning, tomorrow, throughout the 2 days to bring greetings and to meet with all of you and to mingle and to build those relationships, because that is the important work that we continue to do. But what I wanted to start out by saying was really, it is an incredible time to be Métis. It really, really is. And it's an incredible time to be Métis because of your hard work, because of all of our hard work, the collective dedication and service to the Métis Nation. We have so much to be thankful for. We have so much to be proud of, and we have so much more to look forward to. And together, by working in unity, we have built, and we really, over the last 2 years, have rebuilt a Métis National Council that doesn't just work, but works for you, in service to you, and in service for the entire Métis Nation. We have truly come a long way in these last 2 years, and I'm proud to be standing in front of you as the president of the Métis National Council to say that we have come so far in these last 2 years. And I believe we have so much to be thankful for. Personally, I'm thankful for each and every one of you. I'm thankful for our presidents, our MNC Board of Governors, for your unity, for your vision, for your service to the Métis Nation, for your dedication to implementing the will and direction of the MNC General Assembly, which is the highest authority of our Métis democracy. It's your Board of Governors that acts to ensure that your voices remain heard and translated into real action, even on the really difficult issues. So I want to thank my Board of Governors for your partnership, for your collaboration, and for your commitment to working together as one, always recognizing that we are stronger when we work together. I'm also thankful for all of you, our members of the General Assembly. You represent the collective heart of our Métis democracy as elected leaders, our Métis governments who are working to represent day in and day out to create a happy, healthy, prosperous future for all Métis citizens. I want to thank you for coming to this table in the spirit of shared vision and shared benefit to work together, for making decisions that not only benefit Métis citizens within your own province, but this body is making decisions that will collectively impact the entire Métis Nation, working with that one nation in mind. For making decisions that will help our communities and our citizens and our nation, our governments prosper. And that is the work that we do, and it motivates us to do this work together at the national level. I also want to take this time this morning to thank all of the staff, the public service of the Métis Nation, those within your Métis governments and the staff at the Métis National Council who are working in service to you. We are not at the Métis National Council creating our own little vision for the future of the Métis Nation. The staff are working tirelessly each and every day alongside all of your officials and your elected leadership to implement your vision for the future of the Métis Nation. And we've built an incredible team over the last 2 years, and they're working very hard day in, day out, right up until these last few minutes before the holiday break to make sure that you are welcome here in this space and that you are well taken care of. And we're going to be able to hear a little bit more later today about the service that they are doing for you in implementing the resolutions, in the policy resolutions, and working together with your technical teams to further the direction from you. So we'll hear a little bit more about that later today. I also want to take time to thank our youth, our young people, who not only serve as a constant reminder that the decisions that we're making today, these decisions are going to echo for generations to come, and our young people remind us of that. They're also serving in real ways as leaders today. Strong voices and sources of institutional memory on our shared Métis Nation delegations to important national and international summits. They are thought leaders on important policy issues that affect the entire Métis Nation. And our young people are relationship builders who bring our people together and build positive, lasting connections at events all across the Métis Nation homeland. And I want to thank our young people and thank you for the work that you've done over the last year to implement a Métis National Council, Métis National Youth Council, something that the nation has not seen for many, many years. And I'm so honored to get to do this work alongside of you and to have that formalized body at the Métis National Council now. I'm also extremely thankful for our elders, our grandmothers, our cookums, and our Métis residential school survivors for always leading us in a good way and reminding us to act with love and with kindness in everything that we do. I'm thankful for and inspired by you and your continued pursuits of justice and acts of righteous resistance. not least of which has been your tireless decades-long efforts to ensure that our Métis survivors are not forgotten and no longer ignored. Your selfless acts of love inspire each and every one of us, and I love you all. I'm also thankful for our veterans who know nothing but service to the Métis Nation and who put service first in everything that they do, whether it be advocating for the rightful recognition of those who have served, justice for veterans and their families who have yet to receive their fair due, or ensuring that we collectively never forget the hard-won freedoms that we all enjoy today. So thank you, veterans. Finally, I'm thankful for all Métis citizens right across the Métis Nation homeland, and we are live streaming today across the Métis Nation homeland, so I want to bring greetings to all of those who are watching virtually, and thank you for participating in that way. You are the Métis Nation as Métis Nation citizens. You are the heartbeat that keeps our nation alive. It is your vision and hopes for the future that we around this table ultimately serve. And I want to thank each and every Métis citizen for contributing to this nation-building effort in the different ways that everybody is contributing, because it takes all different types of people to contribute to continue to move us forward. So we really do have so much to be thankful for, and we have so much to be proud of. Each of you, our Métis governments, has so much to be proud of. You have achieved some incredible milestones over this past year. Métis Nation British Columbia, for example, you have been working so hard to advocate for your citizens as the recognized Métis government of Section 35 rights-bearing Métis people within your province. Your leadership day in and day out doing this advocacy work is seen through real change in the province. And I can say that truly because my family still lives in British Columbia and is seeing the impacts of your hard work every single day. And I also want to take this time to congratulate you on the hard work of launching your Amelia Douglas Institute this year as well. You have come so far and are doing such incredible work. Métis Nation British Columbia. Métis Nation of Alberta, congratulations on ratifying your constitution in the largest Indigenous vote and for successfully transitioning to the Otipemisiwak Métis government and leading the way for all of us who learned from your almost 100 years of organizing. And I want to take this time to congratulate President Andrea Sandmeyer in your election as the first president of the Otipemisiwak Métis government and welcome you to your first Annual General Assembly for the Métis National Council as president. Welcome. I have to also recognize the incredible work that's happening in Métis Nation Saskatchewan. Building a government that your citizens can be so proud of. My family who lives in Saskatchewan can be so proud of. You also hosted the largest Back to Batosh celebration this year and became the largest city in Saskatchewan for a day or two by having so many people come to see our culture, to feel our culture, to be reinvigorated, to connect, to build those relationships. Congratulations on that incredible success. And of course, most recently, for the reintroduction of the bison to those hallowed grounds. And as a very proud Métis woman from St. Louis, my family from St. Louis and Batosh, the work that you're doing to honor my ancestors, our ancestors, the ancestors of that South Saskatchewan River, that is incredible work that this Métis government is doing, and I thank you for that. And Métis Nation of Ontario, I want to congratulate you this year on your 30th anniversary and for reminding us of the victory that we share in the landmark Powley decision, which came down 20 years ago. You have taken the time this year to celebrate that, to remind Canadians of that important decision and remind the Métis Nation of what that means for us as we move forward collectively. So thank you for all of your hard work in that. And these are just a few of these incredible accomplishments. I could stand up here and list the accomplishments of our Métis governments, and we just don't have enough time to do that. But there are so many successes throughout this year that require us to celebrate, for us to remember and make note of, because we work hard every single day, and celebrating successes is part of that work that we have to do to continue to move forward. Together, we have also accomplished so much. We have collectively proven that we've collectively proven what we have known all along, and that is that we are stronger when we stand together. And we have done so much together, and we have so much to be proud of. This year, for example, we are celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Métis National Council. And for generations, the Métis Nation has been organizing. The Métis Nation has been advocating. The Métis Nation has been negotiating and litigating to always be advancing our Métis rights. And for the last 40 years, it's been the Métis National Council who has been standing alongside our Métis governments at the forefront of this struggle, supporting our Métis governments' fight for respect and for rights recognition, and working together to advance the Métis Nation's cultural, social, economic, and political interests. And of course, it was 40 years ago when leaders of the Métis Nation came together after the successful collective negotiation of getting Métis recognized and included in Canada's Constitution in 1982. In 1983, these leaders came together. Our Métis governments came together to decide that it was time to have one strong Métis voice at the national and international level to continue to move us forward together. That is why the MNC was formed, and that is why we continue to function today. Because in the last 40 years, it has been absolutely necessary to have one strong voice, a distinct Métis voice, pushing and holding governments accountable for the many commitments and the unkept promises made to Métis. And it was just 2 years ago in Saskatoon that we came together and committed to rebuild the Métis National Council into an organization that works for you, for our Métis governments, to evolve this organization to make sure that it's working alongside of you, one that serves your needs and your vision for the future. At that time, 2 years ago, we committed to a return of transparency and accountability, dignity and pride within our national office, and respect for the true institutions of our Métis democracy, our Métis governments that each of you represent. And I'm proud of that work that we have done together and to bring that commitment to life. I said this on September 30th, 2021, the day I was elected. I've said it throughout the last 2 years, and I will continue to say it, not just with words, but also with action, that the MNC is not a government. You are our Métis governments, and the MNC exists to serve your needs, to help tackle the big issues that affect all of us as one Métis Nation, and to elevate our collective voice at the national and international level. As an organization that exists to serve our Métis governments, the MNC must therefore be and remain accountable to our Métis governments, to all of you as our leaders of those Métis governments. We have to have strong policies, procedures, bylaws to ensure that it acts with the utmost transparency so that you can be confident that it truly is working on your best behalf, with you and alongside you each and every step of the way. But for far too long, we know that the MNC was not acting in that transparent and accountable manner. And we know that we deserve that as Métis people. And I stand here today in front of you to say proudly that we have left that behind at the Métis National Council. We are so incredibly proud of the collective work over these last 2 years to bring transparency and accountability back to the Métis National Council. For example, we're doing this through staying true to our commitment to regular Board of Governors meetings and to constant communication with the presidents of your Métis governments to ensure that your presidents are fully informed of the work that the MNC is doing and that we are always at the center of implementing the General Assembly's will. We have held regular finance committee meetings to ensure that there is strong oversight of the Métis National Council's finances by our Métis governments, so that each and every dollar is accounted for and goes to its intended purpose. We regularly convene technical working group meetings between our MNC staff and policy leads from your Métis governments to ensure that the MNC's work truly aligns with our governing member priorities and visions for the future. We are working collectively on things that matter to Métis citizens, including reinvigorating our work on the 60s scoop file, advancing together Bill C-53, fighting for equitable access to healthcare for Métis citizens, implementing Bill C-92, Child and Family Services, supporting our Métis governments in the revitalization of the Métis economy by focusing on Métis economic development, and so much more. We've established, as I said, the National Youth Council. We've established a National Veterans Council to ensure that their voices are heard in the decisions that affect them the most. And later today, we'll be providing a transparent resolution by resolution update on to the General Assembly on the resolutions that were passed in 2022 as a means of remaining accountable to the General Assembly's direction. We have also made significant strides in ensuring that our national office represents itself in a way that the entire nation can be proud of. We have launched and supported several collaborative initiatives, including the Pemmican Post, our newsletter, and One Nation, Many Stories podcast that shares the beauty of our Métis communities and culture. It highlights our stories, our voices of Métis citizens and our governments, and it really does serve as a beacon of pride and resiliency for the entire Métis Nation. We've taken numerous steps to ensure that the MNC is a safe, respectful, and empowering place to work, including instituting formal human resource policies and hiring a full-time human resource staff person this year. We have built strong working relationships with other national Indigenous organizations on issues of shared importance and have stood together as the national and on the national and international stage when it really has mattered most. And we have once again become a trusted partner that the federal government wants to work with, wants to seek advice from, and utilize us as a convener of our Métis governments to co-develop positive and collaborative solutions that benefit the Métis Nation and all Canadians. Above all, we can proudly say that we've taken all of these steps and continue to take these steps to ingrain respect for Métis democracy and your Métis governments into every single thing that we do. The MNC is simply a vehicle, your vehicle. You, our Métis governments, are the drivers of this vehicle. And so we've taken numerous actions to ensure that you, our Métis governments, can sit firmly in that driver's seat and steer the vehicle towards whatever future it is that you determine. And this also includes a lot of working closely, ongoing partnership with the Board of Governors to provide that resolution by resolution update to you later today, partnering in Bill C-53 advocacy to bring life to the inherent right of Métis self-government, advocating alongside Métis Nation British Columbia for that Indigenous governing body status, recognizing you as the rightful representative of Section 35 rights-bearing Métis people in the province of BC. We have started the Bylaw Modernization Committee, composed of your elected officials, to ensure that MNC stays relevant and continues to serve Métis governments. We have begun a long-term distinctions-based strategic planning process directly informed by our Métis governments, the leaders, to guide the future direction of the Métis National Council. And we're continuously thinking of new and creative ways for even more elected leaders to inform our direction, especially on the policy and portfolio issues that you have already been tasked with within your Métis governments. And I look forward to some more of that direction coming to the floor tomorrow. I also want to take this time to reiterate that I remain firmly committed to holding our next Métis National Council election in this coming year, as per the MNC's founding documents. No court order required. We have, again, come so far in these last 2 years and have so much to be proud of. Together, we have rebuilt the Métis National Council into an organization that once again works for you. And we are just getting started. We have so much more to look forward to, and certainly over the next 2 days. There are always areas where we can grow. There are areas where we can get better. I know that. We need to continue to evolve. We need to continue seeking that direction. We need to continue working together to do that, and I remain committed to doing just that. I look forward to sharing more on how the Métis National Council can even promote further collaboration between our Métis governments and further advance your self-determined priorities and visions for the future. I look forward to our resolutions process tomorrow, the foundation of our Métis democracy, to collectively set our shared MNC direction for the coming year and beyond. And I look forward to celebrating the beauty, the resiliency, and the extremely bright future of our proud Métis culture at the 40th anniversary celebrations tomorrow night. It is going to be such an incredible show. We have performers and talent that have come all across the Métis Nation homeland to celebrate our 40th anniversary, to celebrate with many of you who have contributed significantly to where we are at today. So through all of these shared accomplishments and more, we have truly proven that we are stronger when we work together. And I believe that we have served the Métis Nation incredibly well. I look forward to seeing what more we can accomplish together in the year ahead and in service to the entire Métis Nation. Thank you all for being here. I look forward to the updates. I look forward to the conversation, and I look forward to continuing to work alongside all of you. Marcy, thank you. So I believe at this time, before we do roll call and formal business, we're providing an opportunity for each of our Métis Nation government presidents to provide updates as well to the Assembly. So we're going to start from east to west, and first and foremost, I'd like to either call up or from the table President Margaret Fro.
Good morning, everybody. Bon matin. I want to start by thanking Elder Josie for the beautiful opening prayer. Merci for that. And to acknowledge our entire Grandmother's Circle for the work that you're doing to support our nation. Thank you for that. And of course, to our veterans and bringing in the colors and being here and present and standing with our people always. And also to Loretta King for the beautiful song. She's so gifted. She's got a beautiful voice. But I just want to say welcome to everybody. Acknowledge that we're on unceded Algonquin, Anishinaabe territory, and to welcome everybody, all of our leadership, past and present. There are so many beautiful Métis in the room today, and there were some pretty decked out Métis last night at the dinner that many of us attended. But we've got young people, we've got elders, we've got such beautiful diversity and genders. There's so much knowledge and experience in this room, and I know for all of the citizens that are watching us online, welcome. We've gathered here in Ottawa many times, and as the national president had acknowledged 20 years ago, we gathered to celebrate right from all across the Métis Nation to celebrate that wonderful victory in Paoli. And it's so great to see so many of the leaders that made that victory a reality with us this morning. And I want to acknowledge past presidents Tony Belcourt, Gary Lipinski, and Audrey Patra, who were there at the time leading the way to ensure that we finally secured that victory on behalf of all Métis. So thank you, Presidents. I'm really looking forward to the next 2 days as we mark 40 years of the Métis National Council and we chart that shared path forward, advocating for our communities, for our families, for our children. That's why we're here. I also want to congratulate our sister governments and my fellow presidents, Métis Nation of Saskatchewan. I acknowledged this yesterday. The return of the buffalo to Batoche was such a beautiful sight. I told Vice President Leclerc, I cried when I saw the video that she had sent. There's some amazing things happening there with those lands at Batoche, and congratulations again on such a successful Back to Batoche this past summer. I want to congratulate President Andrea Sandmeyer and the entire Otipemisiwak Métis government that are joining us today. What a wonderful celebration of Métis self-government in Alberta. Congratulations, President, and to your entire council. To the Métis Nation British Columbia, I will echo the comments around the Amelia Douglas Institute and what a huge success that is. I had the opportunity to speak with Vice President Minot recently about some of the work that's being done in ECDEV and health. There's so much work happening right across all of our Métis governments in all of our communities. And I want to say congratulations to everybody. And to our president, Cassidy Caron. In 2, I would say, short years, I'm sure to you they feel like very long years, you've worked incredibly hard and you've built those solid relationships that you spoke to more recently, and we have seen, especially through the work we're doing together on advancing Bill C-53, just how solid your advocacy skills are here in Ottawa. Building that credibility and respect for this institution, again, I think is to be applauded. So merci for your leadership, President Caron. I'm honored to address you all today at this really pivotal moment in our shared journey. Our past, steeped in resilience and determination, shapes our present and guides our path forward. Today we stand united, not just in our rich history as Métis people, but also in our collective vision for a future that honors the legacy of our ancestors. Their courage and their wisdom really is the bedrock of our perseverance in the face of generations of denial, exclusion, and attempts by Canada and provincial governments to undermine and erase our distinct identity, culture, and history. And in the face of this legacy that we are duty-bound to preserve and promote a better future for our people, we are coming together at a moment in time where we continue to face challenges, both old and new. And among these is the pressing issue of Bill C-53. Legislation that is crucial to our long journey to reconciliation with Canada, but as we unfortunately know, is currently stalled in a legislative committee process in Parliament. It's been clear that there is a significant lack of understanding about Bill C-53 and the Métis people, I would say both at a committee level, but also in the broader public. And it is it's a significant obstacle in our quest for justice and equity. The importance of Bill C-53 in our journey towards reconciliation cannot be overstated. And the delay in passing Bill C-53 is more than an administrative hurdle. It directly impacts the well-being of our Métis communities and our citizens. It delays our elders witnessing their life's work to see our people take their rightful place within Confederation, and has subjected our youth to harassment. This is unacceptable, as is the interference to Bill C-53 by others who seek to once again deny our existence as Métis, deny our inherent rights to take care of our own, to govern ourselves, to truly be self-determining. Nobody has the right to interfere with those inherent rights. Not other Métis governments, not other Indigenous leaders, and yet there are some that are seeking to do just that. This legislation, as President Sandmeyer, Vice President Leclerc, and I have been saying repeatedly to those leaders on the Hill, is about us. It's about our citizens. It's about our leadership. It's about our governance. It's about how we take care of our children. The delays in passing Bill C-53, I think, are really symbolic of our struggle for recognition and respect within this Canadian Federation. As Métis people, we seek not just formal recognition of those long-established governance structures, but active participation and consultation in shaping policies that affect our lives. That's what self-government is all about. This bill is a step, as Minister Anand Sangari had said before committee, it's a step to right the wrongs of history, ensuring that our voice is heard and respected at all levels of government. Our response to that, I think, that continued delay has to be a continued, unified, and decisive standing together in support of Métis rights. There are many things happening across the Métis Nation of Ontario, and I can't get into all of them today. I will very, very briefly say that as we've been reporting back to the Assembly over the course of many years, we completed that independent review of our citizenship registry. We identified legacy issues in there. We took those out to our citizens. We took those out to a province-wide plebiscite. We got clear direction from our citizens. And earlier this year, we changed our laws in order to enact the direction, that democratic direction from Métis citizens that was so clear, to continue to stand on this path of self-government and ensure that we represent, there's absolute clarity, rights-bearing Métis people in Ontario. And we've been working to address the needs of our citizens, in particular in some of those areas we're going to be talking more about this week, including housing. We conducted a housing needs assessment, and we've made investments in housing in areas like Kenora, in Midland, which is in the Georgian Bay area, buying land, which we are now developing to create affordable housing. We've built a number of units in the area of Sault Ste. Marie, the home of Paoli, to provide accessible housing. And very recently, we announced the establishment of condos in Toronto to again address the underhousing of Métis within and across Ontario. We've moved forward with a study to establish a language and culture camp, and I'm very happy to announce that just recently we purchased a camp in the Berks Falls area of Ontario on a private lake surrounded by Crown land. That will be a beautiful place for us to bring children, families, knowledge holders together and ensure that passing on of knowledge, that sharing of language, of culture. That's just creating spaces like that is so critically important to not just our children and our families, but to all of our citizens. It's exciting to think of the possibilities. We hosted a Métis Rights Conference in Sault Ste. Marie in November, and we had over 200 people show up. We talked about the path that we've been on. The theme was looking backward, looking back, moving forward. And of course, earlier just this month, it's early December, also late November, we participated in the Métis Nation delegation to COP28 in Dubai, where our delegates, including our MNO Youth Council President Jordy Plain, who's with us today, and our youth chair, Evan Achitola, actively participated in panels hosted by the Métis National Council and the Muskrat Collective, which is a BIPOC-led organizing space for young activists. And I want to acknowledge that work that our youth have done forming that National Youth Council. I understand they've had their first meeting now, and I think before long, as my parents would say, they will be cooking with gas. In February, we're looking forward to hosting our 5th annual Early Learning Conference that really focuses on supporting Métis children in Ontario, enhancing educators' understanding of Métis culture, promoting respectful integration into classrooms and communities. And this year's theme revolves around literacy, storytelling, and connection. These are just a few of the high-level updates of the things that are underway in and across the Métis Nation of Ontario. We're looking forward to our general election in May, and I and many of our leaders are going to continue to stand and see this work of advancing Métis rights and self-government forward. We've achieved a great deal in the last 4 years and in the last 40 years, and we will continue with that advocacy. So this week, as we gather once again to mark the 40th anniversary of the Métis National Council, we'll celebrate all of that work that we've done together. But let's focus on strengthening the pillars of our community moving forward: education, healthcare, economic empowerment. These are issues that we've been talking about within our governments and at the national level. Investing in our young people, ensuring access to culturally sensitive healthcare, fostering economic opportunities. These are all fundamental to our resilience and our prosperity. Preserving our culture and our heritage, we keep alive the essence of who we are. These are gifts that we must cherish, we must pass on to future generations. The challenges that we currently face, including the impasse over Bill C-53, are moments in time in what is a very long-standing and unwavering pursuit of justice and equality on behalf of the Métis. I will echo the national president's words, maintaining that integrity, maintaining that unity, standing together. We will always be stronger, and we will, as we've shown in the past, persevere and succeed. Welcome everybody to our assembly. Merci.
Margaret. Thank you, President Fro. I'll now call up President Glenn McCallum. Astam. Astam. I'm trying.
Good morning, everyone. Tonight, tagakuipin your president. Yung ginanihiyo pizza si Tastam, pituti. Right on, that's good. Amatanas ka kapipihtigoya, umagama mo piya, kawapmago our veterans, igwasa our elders, our leaders, pambus kapipihtigoya kutam, tanimiyo na agwa, igwasi mamitsiya, taktap mga akwa, igok respecti mga akwa our elders, igwasa our veterans. Josie, that prayer, kaituin anos kagiksipayak, misa togi mantumno, kintuhtago no, igwasa elders kiyo kapi, kintuhtago ya, kaya mahaya, in a good way ka machihtaya, iguchihtaya, tamamsito tawaya, kimantumno, tasitos kago ya, igwasa tamamawapya kaste. Ntinimalan mihtin, our elders kawi samaya ko, kaya bachikas kita, tsuguisto, tayamun mo, tapachihtatsik. Kista no po, tagwetin stuta, makas leaders, igwastig no, different provinces, o sigaw tutia, usto po, koyes, tanawasata, makitayamun no. Kispun wiksig tuti, no, asa minapiago, kawan kiskis no, o nagiyan no, tantiyuh chiyakaste. Kitayamon no, kitmatsun no, sisuhkan. Tigaw tuhtiin. Tansigagi sipmatsuhin. Tansigi suwa tagimu ya, miche to, ginagatigaw ya. Mochi mam tanim gaw ya. Apugitugi mam no, yegi agutit. Atego esigi tapu ihtakia no, tapamihisu ya. Kitmatsun no, tapam namakaste. Muyo chipagit now. Magachupugi and Oksuk, Sinogi and Omitiwak, right across Canada. Atsupuyak kamimuyak, past leaders which the Wisiyak kamimuchik. Taguchita chikwa yes. Tanut na ko, kienogitse our rights. Yegune compliment na miyaok, kaya tiga giniganista ko. Igwaste, Marcin de tawagas to our elders, igwas to our veterans, kami muksitos ko na kidawim na gisto tapitogo tat tawitap sumyak, tawichiwagan kaste. Thank you. As our president said this morning, it's a great time to be Métis, and it is. I just spoke in my language in regards to the importance of our culture, our language. I spoke about our foundation in regards to who we are. The many leaders that have been there, and our leader, that was hung because he believed in self-determination and that one day we'll govern ourselves. And he was right. Just imagine where we would be if we didn't have that commitment to the Métis to be able to stand strong and to be able to have what is rightfully ours, to govern ourselves. And it's happening. You know, in a very short period of time, we've done so much because we've concentrated on what's important for our citizens. In our province, the success of our government, you can see the numbers. It's always based on outcomes of what we get, the little bit of what we get from the federal government, and yet more to come. Post-secondary, our kids falling through the cracks for many years, and some parents and grandparents struggling to be able to put their kids through university. But we don't have to anymore. In Saskatchewan alone, over 2,000 have gone to post-secondary. I always talk about, when people talk about reconciliation, I talk about the responsibility we have, and as a national organization, as individual governments, that's on our shoulders, nobody else. Too many years we've given it expecting provincial and federal governments or industry or institutions to give us something. We owed it to ourselves to be able to plan out a process. And with a bit of money that we do get, we plan very well because you can see the outcomes of what we've done. When people talk about residential school, when they talk about 60 scoop apprehension cases, high rate of incarceration and suicides, I would like to see research done, and we're going to try as much as we can to work with the university where we have an MOU citizenship agreement. We're teaching governance at the University of Saskatchewan. We're signing and working on research so that research is not sporadically done in our province, but specifically with our government and the different departments that may be affected by research they're doing. I would like to see a research piece done in regards to how much we've saved some of the people that have fallen through the cracks that would end up with drugs and alcohol or be incarcerated or families broken. Because the work that we've done in housing, language, Métis, child and family, all of them are huge numbers in regards to the success that we have in Saskatchewan. And I would like to see the numbers so that the narrative changes in regards to how governments look at us or how the general public looked at us. I'm very glad this is live stream so that we can talk directly to the people of Canada that we have a right to be here. We have a right to be able to be recognized and to be able to be given the right tools in order to change lives in our communities. Because the only thing that you hear across Canada sometimes is that the alcohol issue, the drug issue, the gang issue, the high rate of incarceration. But those things are changing because of the hard work of our governments, dealing with our people, engaging with our people, and will continue to do that. And the most important thing that we have to look at is educating others in regards to who we are as Métis people. In Saskatchewan, we're meeting with the mayors. I have very good friends with the mayors in the large cities of Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert, the city police, and the Premier of Saskatchewan. First time in our history to be able to have him sit in my office, to be able to discuss future plans in regards to how we can better work together, and to be able to come to Batoche for the first time and was surprised in regards to how well it was organized. To be able to come to our assembly and again be surprised in regards to how well it's organized and the kind of issues that we talked about, and the importance of having federal and provincial governments, industry, and institution participate. To be able to negotiate for 4.5 years for Northern Region 2 $240 million collaboration agreement. That's beautiful to see. We continue to be able to work with people that have influence that can give us the capacity to be able to change the lives of our people. Batosh, I've been working with the Meadow Lake Tribal Council, Prince Albert Grand Council, some Southern chiefs, Central and South. You know, they have the same ideas we have, the same dreams that we have. And when we do our homework, to be able to go back and think about how our great grandfathers survived and shared. You know, I look at my community of Pine House, Beauval, Isle of Cross, La Ronge. There's 9 chiefs in the Northwest. And when we sit at the table and talk about common goals, and when we talk about kinship, and when we talk about community, how people used to share land and share trapping, harvesting, and all of a sudden the rules came from the provincial government that isolated us from each other, even in small communities when they were fighting amongst each other, and still are. We have to engage with our people. We have to be able to tell them another story that can work for us. And it's no different with the First Nations and Métis. We are landless people, yes. Famous words of Gerald Morin. But we have that right to be able to negotiate and to be able to deal with the federal government, provincial governments, industry, and it's working. We have our studies that we've been doing, and they will prove the point of the Métis footprint, but not to disregard or disrespect First Nations footprints in wherever territory that we come from. It's a matter of sitting at the same table to be able to discuss the importance of working together and the importance of recognizing that we are partners and we are family. I myself, my wife and I have grandchildren from Muskeg Lake, Canoe Lake, and the La Ronge Indian Band. 7 of my grandchildren are First Nations. And it tells us that once we start analyzing and assessing who we are and where we belong, but more importantly, who we're related to, we tend to think differently. With Bill C-53 happening and the way things have evolved, we have a job to do here at the Métis National Council. And it's not about, I don't like you or don't like that person. It's about what is right for Canada, what is right for us Métis people, and what is right for each and every one of us in regards to the role and responsibility and obligation that we have with the rules we put on this floor. And if we had done that, we wouldn't be facing what we face today. Negativity from certain corners. But it's the lack of understanding that happens. As leaders here, we have to change that. And that's why it's so important to live stream everything. In our province, our government, live stream our provincial Métis Council meetings. We live stream our assemblies. We engage with our people because it's important. Each department that we have engages. Constitutional reform, our ministers are out there pounding the pavement right across the province, north, central, and south. And to top it off, we have the Métis Wanderer that you've probably seen in Batosh. But to be able to tell the story and videotape the stories of our province and how rich it is and how important and interesting our province is. Jason Mackay, our Métis Wanderer, tells that story, and we put it out there for people to see. I've always said that I work hard in our province with our ministers, our government. We don't interfere in other provinces. But if we're going to be a family, we got to be able to sit at these tables without a sideshow but be at this table and begin to voice what we think is wrong, but I find a solution in regards to making it right. I like everyone here, but liking is one thing, doing is another. We have a job to do. I guarantee you, even the last assembly, there was a division here. We couldn't even get through choosing our own president. I guarantee you, if we don't wake up to the fact that we need to work together and everybody says we're family, well, prove it. Prove to the world that we can work as one and have a stronger voice. There's going to be a resolution brought to this floor. Already there's mumblings going on in regards to the concerns they may have because of Saskatchewan bringing a resolution. Well, we have every right to bring a resolution, and it's not going against one province. It's just on a resolution that was passed years back, a while back, to reinforce the rules that we have as an organization and the rules that we follow as governments. So when we start discussing, be open. Talk about it openly. But if we plan on the side rooms, we're not going to get anywhere. Our veterans, our Métis citizens expect that from us. You know, we've tried as much as we can to be able to be bold in what we do in Saskatchewan, no matter what comes to us. There's a lot of words that we use, and sometimes I have a hard time in regards to what is the right word to use on two-spirited individuals. My brother was a two-spirited man. I was so happy this summer to be able to ask Autumn, to be able to be bold with her wife, and we recognized them in Batoche as a couple, and that was beautiful to see. We have to be different as Métis. We have to be open. We have to begin that process. Each and every one of us have done our part. But there's work to be done. We'll continue to progress. I look forward to Bill C-3 passing, to be able to start discussing treaties, educating our people, engaging, and telling that story, all of us, to Canada, the rest of Canada. That when individuals win, Métis and First Nations win, communities win, small villages, cities win, provinces win, and Canada wins, and we all win together. We have that job ahead of us. How we handle the issues that are going to be in front of us, we have to carry ourselves in a good way for the best interest of our citizens that we represent. With that, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, President McCallum. I would now like to welcome up President Andrea Sandmeyer.
Good morning, everybody. Just getting some more notes out here. First off, I just want to thank Elder Josie for the wonderful prayer to open us up this morning. Thank you so much. And the Grandmother Circle for being here. You bring us a lot of peace into the room, so thank you very much for being here. And President Karan, thank you also for opening your opening remarks were wonderful. And I just want to say congratulations to Métis Nation British Columbia, Métis Nation Saskatchewan, and Métis Nation Ontario for the amazing work that you are all doing to move forward your provinces. A lot has happened since the last assembly in October, and I'm sure we've all had no problem staying very busy. As President Karen had mentioned in her opening remarks, in November 2022, we passed our Constitution with 97% ratification, and we are very proud of that. In February 2023, we signed an updated and renewed self-government agreement with Canada that directs legislation to be tabled, which of course it has, and to negotiate a modern-day treaty. In September, we held our first election under the new Otipemisiwak Métis government constitution, and our longtime leader, Audrey Patra, retired after 27 years of dedicating her life to the Métis Nation. In our recent election, we also elected 22 citizens representatives to our Citizens Council, a youth representative, and a women's representative. And I just want to right now just take the time to introduce them all to you. So I'm first going to introduce our cabinet. Secretary of Records, Shannon Dunfield. You can stand up. And Citizens Rep of District 13, Grand Prairie. Secretary of Treasury, Jason Ekberg, Lac La Biche. Secretary of Advancement of Women and Girls, Ty Amy Grauman. Secretary of Citizenship and Registry, Joseph Shaditsky. Secretary of Harvesting and Culture, Grant Lacombe. Secretary of Housing and Infrastructure, Valerie Quintel. Secretary of Mental Health and Addictions, Kayla Mitchell. Secretary of Health and Seniors, Bobby Paul Aluk. Secretary of Youth and Sport, Rebecca Lavallee. Secretary of Education and Language, Lisa Wolf. Secretary of Economic Development and Tourism, Lisa Sanfilippo. Secretary of Environment and Climate Change, Jason Chernow. Secretary of Métis Settlement and First Nations Relations, Karen Collins. We also have with us this week Barry Dibb. Nelson Lucier. Ara Letty. Citizens Rep Nancy Cardinal. Joseph Tremblay, Catherine Schnell, Daryl Campbell, and Alfred Larondel, all citizens representatives. Unfortunately, we have two that couldn't make it. Oh, sorry, Sarah Wolf. You're on that list. And two citizens reps that couldn't make it, Brooke Bramfield, who is also Secretary of Children and Family Services, and Judy Ann Cardinal from Fort Chip. We're all very excited about the wonderful people around our table and the work that we're doing. I want to talk a little bit about Bill C-53, and I know everybody's been talking about it, but it has been our main focus. It's been our focus to pass Bill C-53, our self-government legislation. We know that there's been a lot of noise out there, a lot of controversy about the bill. And I'm not sure if you guys watched when our beloved elder, Andrew Creer, was at the committee. I have to say that my favorite line from all of the meetings is, "I don't listen to gossip." And I don't listen to gossip, and we shouldn't listen to gossip, and we should move forward together, our provinces move forward with the legislation and work together to get that done. I know that I'm very proud of our Citizens Council and our district captains for the work that they have done in calling, texting, and email their MPs to make it clear that this is about us. This is about our provinces. This is about us moving forward on our inherent rights and our self-government. And as I've said many times, we will not rest until our legislation becomes law. We have also been working very hard to stand up our new government. We have passed numerous laws needed to run our government. We have identified officers that are required by legislation, and we have passed bylaws to facilitate transitioning our locals out of the nonprofit sector into branches of our new government. The approval of our draft model district council bylaws by our Citizens Council sets the stage for the establishment of our district councils. District-level self-determination is a key value in our Constitution. The bylaws we passed are designed to be flexible and to ensure our Métis self-determination in Alberta thrives at the community level. I also want to take the time to just say thank you to our staff that are here with us today and give a shout out to a couple things that are highlights for the Métis Nation of Alberta. Coming shortly, we will be building a healing center in our province, and we're very, very excited about that. Also, pre-treatment and post-treatment we're working on for addiction. The other file that we've been working very hard on is our C-92 file. We're moving along, building our model of care and our law around C-92, and we have given Canada and Alberta notice that we will be pursuing C-92. We have over 65,000 citizens in Alberta that have been very engaged in the committee process for the bill. And I just want to take the opportunity, because we are live streaming this, to say thank you to all of our citizens who have written and submitted to the I-9 committee, who are watching beside us and supporting us and praying for us that this legislation goes through. And I just want to welcome you all and thank you very much.
Thank you, President Sandmeyer. And last but not least, we have Vice President Walter Minot, who is here in place of President Lisa Smith, who couldn't make it at the last minute. And so another prayer that we want to put out is for President Lisa Smith's partner, who she's with over this week and couldn't make it to be with us today. So welcome, Vice President Minot.
Yeah, regrets from our president, Lisa. She could not make it. She wished she was here. So again, we wish her all our best, and for her and her partner. I'd like to start off by thanking some very, very, very important people. And without these people here, I don't think our nation would even be here. I don't think we'd be in this room. They were the founders of our nation. They were the mothers of our survivors. I'd like to honor our grandmothers here today and thank them for being here and looking over this proceeding and looking over our government. So thank you so much for all you do for our nation and for bringing us where we are here today. We owe everything to our grandmothers and our grandfathers and the founders of this nation. So again, thank you so much for everything you've done for us. BC has been pretty busy. We've just finished our lobby days in BC with our provincial government. We had some good talks. We opened up some new tables. And we've also started a great relationship with our provincial government, which we've never had before. So I owe that to our board, our senior staff that brought us to that table. So thank you very much for all you guys' work and work that you do for our nation. We also signed a landmark agreement with First Nations Health Authority, the it's the Fraser Health Authority, and the Métis Nation of BC, which has never been done before. We've signed that agreement with 31 First Nations communities, MNBC, and the Fraser Health Authority. So my hats are off to our Senior Director of Health, Mr. Louis DeJager, who made that all possible for our nation. We also like to say that we support C-53, and we are hoping for sure that there is passed at the federal government. Our one director, Mr. Dean Gladue, oh, there he is in the back there. I was looking for him. I'd like to thank him for actually going and testifying on behalf of the three provinces, on behalf of MNBC, and showing the support. It was such an honor to watch his, I guess, what would you call it, a interview. He did an amazing job representing our nation. Again, I'd like to thank Dean Gladue for that interview that he did on behalf of C-53. We're very proud of you for that, my friend. We also started a first-time homeowners grant process in British Columbia. We've set aside for the next 5 years $1 million a year for first-time homeowners in British Columbia, Métis homeowners. So we are giving each one of them that are eligible a $25,000 grant to their first home owners possibilities. So thank you very much again to our Capital Corp for making that happen. And again, that would be Paulette Flamond and Louis DeJager that pushed that issue. So thank you very much on behalf of MNBC for what you do. We just finished lobby days again here in Ottawa. Last year, we pretty well set a landmark. We had 27 meetings in 3 days. It was from room to room to room. There was no time for breaks, no time for lunches, but we got it done. Again, we owe that to our senior leadership who got all that prepared and set all those meetings up for us. And we've created a great relationship between the federal government and MNBC. And again, thanks to our hardworking board and our senior leadership for setting all of them up and allowing us to get to those tables and to move our agendas forward. So thank you so much to our team. We signed up our 25,000th citizen this year, a landmark for BC, which continues to grow. We have approximately about 4,000 or 5,000 citizens in the queue that are waiting for their registration to be approved. So we are looking forward to enhancing our registry and bringing our citizens home to our nation. We've also are proud of our education program. We have put through over 1,900 students through college, university, basic training throughout the province. Again, which is a landmark thing for our nation. We've never had these opportunities in the past to be able to serve our people the way we have. As one of our leaders already said, this is one of the greatest times, and I believe it was our president, for our nation. I was involved years ago with the Métis National Council as one of the representatives for BC. To watch our nation grow in the last 25 years is just amazing. We've been so far. This is a great time for our citizens. This is a great time for our communities. This is a great time for our leadership. I believe I think we owe everybody in this room a big hand of applause for all the work they've been doing to get us where we're at today. So thank you guys all for everything you do for our nation. I have these notes I'm trying to get to, but as Cassidy knows, sometimes I get yapping and I forget what I'm supposed to be talking about. We've also signed up our 40th chartered community this year. So I'd like to thank Sea to Sky, Métis community in Vancouver, BC for joining our nation. Again, we have 40 communities, which is a great thing for MNBC. We're bringing more of our people back home, more of our people back into our government, and we're having a louder voice out there. So thank you for all our communities out in British Columbia and all our citizens for everything they do for our nation. And again, we would not be here if it wasn't for our citizens, our volunteers, our communities. They are the ones who made this nation. They are the ones who built us to bring us where we're at today. So that's why we're in this room right now. It's because of those citizens, those volunteers. So again, my hats are off to all those volunteers and our citizens of British Columbia and also the citizens right across Canada for all our provinces. I thank you all for all the hard work you've done. We would not be in this situation where we're at. We would not be in this good place where we're at, again, if it wasn't for all our volunteers and all our citizens. So a big hand for all of them right now. They're all watching us on TV. We continue to move our fight for our children forward. We are right now in a judicial review, I believe, on our IGB status, as well as Bill C-92. We're fighting hard to bring our children home. We're fighting hard to look after our own children in care. We will continue that fight until we bring our children home, until we can look after our own children so they can know our culture, know our heritage, know our language. We've lost that for a lot of years. It's time to bring it home now. I'm proud to say that we are building approximately 10 childcare units across BC right now in conjunction with the school district. They are helping us by supplying the land to put some of our facilities on. We have one that's been opened up already in Victoria. We've just finished renovations on that, and it's already been open to the children, the Métis children of British Columbia. We'll be breaking ground on another facility, I believe, in the Vancouver area sometime this summer. And we are hoping to have all our our childcare units open by no later than December of 2025, hopefully early 2026. So my hats are off to our Director of Children and Family Services, who can't be here right now. She's actually up in her room not feeling good today. So my hats are off, and a big hand for Deborah Fisher, who's made this all happen for our children in BC. So thank you guys all, and again, thank you everybody for everything you do.
Thank you, Walter, and thank you to all the presidents for those incredible updates. It's a great way to start our assembly to learn about all of the incredible work that's happening across the Métis Nation homeland to set the stage for the conversations that we are about to have. So with that, I think we're about ready to call the formal business to order, and I'm going to have Guy come up and do roll call before we look for the nominations of the chairs to conduct the meeting for the rest of the day and into tomorrow. So thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, President. Roll call, beginning with Ontario. Margaret Froh.
Present.
Hank Rowlandson.
Present.
Sharon Caddo.
Present.
Joanne Young.
Present.
Steve Callahan.
Present.
Tim Sinclair. Mitch Case. I can hear your voices. Roger Rose. Andy Dufresne. Kate Stewart McNeil. Jordan Plain. Joanne Mayer. Well, it's an alternate. Just want to hear the delegates? Okay. Ursula D'Angelo. Okay. Saskatchewan. Gwen McCollum.
Hey.
Michelle Leclerc.
Ota.
Lisa McCallum.
Here.
Daryl Hallman.
Here.
Violet Herman.
Here.
Autumn Lang LaRose.
Ota.
Tricia Nikifor Crosset.
Here.
Ryan Carrier.
Here.
Brent Dignas.
Here.
Laura Burnoff.
Tanse.
Mark Friesen.
Bomata. Here.
Mike Natamagan.
Yep.
Barry Falcon.
Here.
Dexter Mondor.
Here.
Darlene McKay. Mervyn Tex Bouvier.
Here.
Here.
Joanne Padiundi. For Alberta, Andrea Sandmeyer.
Here.
Bobby Paul Aluk.
Here.
Joe Chajewski.
Here.
Lisa Sanfilippo.
Present.
Jason Chernow.
Present.
Jason Ekberg.
Here.
Shannon Dunfield.
Here.
Valerie Quintel.
Here.
Sarah Wolf.
Present.
Ty Goldman.
Here.
Rebecca LaValle.
Here.
Kayla Mitchell. Grant Lacombe.
Here.
Karen Collins.
Uta.
Lisa Wolf.
Present.
Nelson Lucier. Barry Dibb. Aura Letty. British Columbia. Paulette Flamand.
Here.
Walter Minot.
Here.
Louis DeJagger.
Present.
Patrick Harriet.
Present.
Dean Gladue.
Present.
Deborah Fisher. Susie Hooper. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now looking for a call for.
Point of order, we had one more you're missing there. Carmen Carrier.
Okay. Carmen Carrier. Thank you, Walter. All right, let's move into the call for nominations for the co-chairs. Do we have any nominations from the floor? Patrick?
I would like to nominate Mr. Dave Peltier.
Dave Peltier, thank you. Need a second co-chair. Autumn?
I'd like to nominate Riva Reset.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Hearing no others, I call for a motion to appoint Dave Peltier and Riva Ferrer-Rosset as AGA 2023 co-chairs. I guess there's no motion and it's carried. So I want to call up those co-chairs. Please welcome to the stage your co-chairs for 40th Anniversary AGA 2023, Dave Pelche and Riva Farrell-Rosette.
Oh, they are already on.
Just a moment to get settled in. Tansei Kioao. Mio Gixapeo. Dave Pelche Nisikasun. Niyamachif. British Columbia, Niwikan. My name is Dave Pelche. I live in BC, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to assist this assembly and co-chair the assembly.
Anin Kanawia. Hello everyone. My name is Riva Rosette. I'm so pleased to be co-chair this year for this year's assembly. I am from Regina, Saskatchewan, Treaty 4 territory, and Métis Nation stomping grounds. And so I look forward to the next few days with everyone.
Thank you. And so I hope everyone has a copy of the binder, the kit with some of the information, and the information will be required to go through this morning. The first item that's proposed is the approval of the agenda. And so that is at tab 1. I hope everyone's had an opportunity. Yes, sir.
Hank Rowlandson, I move that we approve the agenda.
Thank you very much. I'll look for a seconder for that motion.
Michelle Leclerc, I'll second that motion, Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much. So at this time, we do have the proposed agenda for approval. This would be an opportunity if there's any amendments or changes that would be required. I recognize the microphone here to my left.
Patrick Harriott, Métis Nation, British Columbia. So I'm just a little concerned about how much time we have for resolutions on day 2. So I was wondering if we could move our resolutions earlier in the agenda and be able to move some of the for information things later in the agenda to make more time for resolutions.
Obviously, it's up to the assembly, but I think one of the difficulties is we don't have even yet the resolutions committee, and there may be time that may be required for those resolutions to come. I know, for example, just using last year as an example, the submission deadline was 10 p.m., so I'm not sure what the...
Oh, I understand, and I really hope that the bylaws committee that has now struck will be able to streamline that process. But even if we could start the resolutions at the start of day 2, I think that would allow more time for the business of the nation to be done, because really that is the core business of the nation, is passing resolutions and governing.
Sure, if I can just have a moment. Thank you. What I might suggest then, if you look at the agenda day 2, it would be proposed starting at 9 a.m. with the audited financial statements. I believe that timing is kind of a bit more set just for the time that's going to take for those to come in. But we do have the committee updates, and what we may be able to do is add it towards the end today, and if we're able to get to those ahead of time, great. Otherwise, perhaps put them what's left over, what we don't get to the end of the resolutions, if that might be something that would be entertained. And so I would open the floor for that motion to amend the agenda as such.
Yeah, I would look to amend the agenda as such.
Can I comment?
Certainly. Well, let's look for a seconder, and then we can have discussion on whether or not to amend as proposed. Is there a seconder for that proposed amendment?
Sorry, point of order, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
We've got a motion on the floor to accept the agenda. It was seconded. I don't know that we need another motion within a motion to change the agenda. We're just adding or moving. I leave it to you, but I just wonder if that's proper.
Yes, the motion was to adopt the agenda as it's presented, and so what Mr. Harriet from British Columbia is trying to do is change what's already been provided and what's been moved, but I'll recognize our mover, Mr.
Yeah, just Vice Chair Leclerc is, Vice President Leclerc is correct. We have a motion. I believe you're asking for a friendly amendment, so just pass the mover and seconder if they're okay with the friendly amendment, we can move on.
Sure, and if so, I'll turn to you as the mover. You're
Yes.
fine with that?
Thank you, and I'm fine with that.
All right, so we will do that. We will put the committee updates towards the end of today, and what we don't get to today, we'll put it to the end of the resolutions, and I'll recognize.
Yes, Joanne Young, Métis Nation, Ontario. Just a clarification of the request. I realize that the audited financial statements are the very first thing that is happening tomorrow morning. So what is being suggested is following the presentation of those statements, then we would move into resolutions, because trying to change the audited financial statement timing means we're also changing the timing that has been confirmed with the audit partner, and it's not quite as simple as it appears. So I just wanted that clarification.
Yes, and that's certainly the case. It would only be the committee updates that would be changed. The audited financial statements and appointment of auditors would remain where it is on the agenda. With that friendly amendment, go ahead. I recognize the speaker in front.
So I guess my concern is the timing. Last year, our resolution committee didn't meet until 10 o'clock at night. So depending on how many resolutions there are, they're going to be working till who knows what time. So now we're getting them to start presenting resolutions in the morning. And I'm just wondering if that's enough time to go through all those resolutions and make any changes to them that are needed.
Yeah, essentially, if we're looking at the proposed time that was on the drafted agenda was 10:45, really it would be, depending on how long the audited financial statements take to go through, so it may be half an hour earlier or a bit earlier, but it would still be on day 2. It's not coming today. And so I certainly leave it to the committee or to the assembly, and if resolutions are not ready at that time, then certainly we could use that time for we'll make sure we make the time and use our time wisely. Hearing question. What I'll do is I'll propose, if there's, we could pass this by unanimous consent. So what I'll ask is if there's any objection to the passing or adopting the agenda as amended. Is there any objection? Just indicate with a raised hand. Thank you very much. I see objection. So we will go by way of a roll call then for whether or not the agenda passes. And I'll just go through and just indicate whether you're in favor, opposed, or abstain. President Margaret Froh.
In favor.
Chair Hank Rollinson.
In favor.
Vice Chair Sharon Cadeau.
In favor.
Secretary Treasurer Joanne Young,
In favor.
Senator Steve Callion.
In favor.
And if I mess up anyone's name, please correct me and I'll try to make sure I get it. President Glenn McCallum.
In favor.
Thank you. Michelle Leclerc.
In favor.
Lisa McCallum.
In favor.
Daryl Hammond.
In favor.
Autumn Liang LaRose.
In favor.
Ryan Carrier.
In favor.
We're going through.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Votes
Our light
already-
was on here and before we voted on it. So I wanted to have some changes to a word change to the health break, 3:15, update on strategic planning. I wanted distinction-based planning.
This is just for assisting with the timing and we've already started the vote. So we have to continue with the vote as it's already started and members have already begun the vote.
How can we better do it than for you to see in regards to who got their lights on or who wants to speak to the motion?
If anyone wishes to speak to something prior, just put a light on or raise a hand so that I can. Sorry if I missed that, my apologies. I left, I believe, Brent Dignis.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if part of our discussion is about time and timing, would it not be quicker if we just lifted our hands as opposed to going through a roll call?
the reason we had it sometimes. We could do that on the next one, and I'll certainly take that as a advisement. Brent Dignis.
In favor.
Laura Burnoff.
In favor.
Marge Friesen.
In favor.
Mike Natomagan.
In favor.
Barry Falcon.
In favor.
Dexter Mondor.
In favor.
Darlene McKay.
In favor.
Joanne Podjundi. Are you voting in favor or it's not the table? Is there what do you call a substitute delegate? Who is it? Violet Herman or sorry? I'm seeing nods. Are you voting in favor or? Okay. And Mervyn Tex Bouvier.
In favor.
President Sandmeyer.
In favor.
Bobby Paul Aluk.
In favor.
Joe.
Excuse me, Chair. Trisha Nick Fort Cressette, you forgot why.
Okay, so thank you. That's I'm just going with the list, and so I appreciate that you're the one sitting at the table there. So instead of Violet Herman, I'll recognize your vote for that. Thank you. Sorry, I left it. Joe Chodziski.
In favor.
Thank you. Lisa Sanfilippo.
In favor.
Jason Chernow.
In favor.
Jason Ekberg.
In favor.
Shannon Dunfield.
In favor.
Thank you. Valerie Quintel.
In favor.
Sarah Wolf.
In favor.
Ty Grauman.
In favor.
Rebecca Lavalle.
In favor.
Kyla Mitchell.
Kayla, and in favor.
Kayla, thank you. Grant Lacombe.
In favor.
Karen Collins.
In favor.
Lisa Wolf.
In favor, thank you.
Thank you. And Paulette Flamond.
In favor.
Walter Minot.
Carmen Carrier for Walter Minot, in favor.
Thank you. Louis De Jager.
In favor.
Patrick Harriet.
Susie Hooper for Patrick, in favor.
Thank you. And Dean Gladue.
In favor.
Thank you. Thank you. That passes, and so the agenda passes, and we're on next to the approval of the minutes, and perhaps I'll turn over to you to lead that, if you wish.
Okay, so is this okay? So the minutes were distributed previously, and I believe that everyone's had an opportunity to review those in advance. So are there any motions from the floor to approve the minutes for the 2022 Assembly?
Reva, welcome. Michelle Leclerc, Saskatchewan, I would move to accept the minutes.
And seconder?
Hank Rollinson, Chair of the Métis Nation of Ontario, I second.
Are there any corrections to the minutes?
I have a statement, I guess. My name is Mervyn Tex-Bouvier for Saskatchewan. And if I may, I guess with my statement is on 14.5, with settlement of recognition for survivors of Saskatchewan Métis residential schools. So in the past 6 years, I come here, the same table, I guess, and I see that Saskatchewan does want to represent the residential school, and we lost a lot of survivors, and there's only maybe 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 left in different areas. So I need this table to kind of push the feds to help us to making sure that these people are not left behind. And I thought I'd just make that statement here today. Thank you.
Again, and I'm just asking if there's any corrections to the minutes.
Question?
The question has been called. All right, let's attempt a show of hands. I'm wearing my strong glasses today, so. Those in favor of the minutes? Any opposed? And then any abstentions?
Thank you. That passes unanimously. I love it when we get consensus and starting off a meeting in a good way. At this point, then, we have the appointment of the Resolutions Committee, and so I'll look for a motion appointing the Resolutions Committee, and so if there's anyone wishing to do that, can indicate with turning their light on or raising a hand.
Can we just know, sorry, the process in terms of I want to nominate somebody? Are we doing nominations and then the appointments, or what are the rules of engagement here?
Certainly. I believe last year, and it's indicated in the minutes, perhaps I can point that out. There was if you look on the minutes from last year, page 2 of 20, it was moved by Sharon Caddo and seconded by President Poitras that they appoint the following persons to the Resolutions Committee. So I believe last year, and I stand to be corrected, that there was a motion with delegates already suggested, but certainly we could go by way of, and that just may have been the way it was, there was already names set. So if there's another way that we want to go by nomination, we could do that. That's just the example of how it was done last year.
Yeah, and I don't have any understanding of us sort of getting together and talking about who we want on nominations committee. So I'm gonna, if I may, nominate Autumn Lang-LaRose from our youth president for Saskatchewan as one of the people on the committee.
Yes, thank you. So Autumn Lang LaRose so nominated? And yes, go ahead.
Hank Rollinson, Chair of the Métis Nation of Ontario. We would like to nominate Emily Ellis.
Thank you. I recognize over here to my left.
Walter Minalt, MNBC. I'd like to nominate Patrick Harriet.
Thank you. President Sandmeyer, go ahead.
Andrea Sandmeyer, Métis Nation of Alberta, and we will nominate Tyler Fetch.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? All right, yes, go ahead.
I'd like to move that the MNC General Assembly appoint those named as the resolution committee.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second that, Andrea Sandmeyer.
Thank you very much. I'll look for unanimous consent, or we can go by way of raised hands. All those in favor of that motion to appoint those named? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Sorry.
Chair, I'd just like the record to reflect that I'm abstaining from this vote because I'm one of the nominated.
Okay, thank you. So Autumn Yang LaRose abstaining. The motion passes, and thank you. Our Resolutions Committee, Autumn Yang LaRose, Emily Ellis, Patrick Harriet, and Tyler Fletch. So we're at health break. So we are at our health break. We're scheduled for 15 minutes. We're about 5 minutes or 6 minutes behind. We'll return in 15 minutes and we'll continue with our assembly. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair. I just, can I get a couple minutes just to address the assembly? As some of our leaders know, we're going through a situation back home where we're missing a couple of Métis girls, young Métis girls from the same family. One went missing 9 months ago. One went missing 10 days ago. These are two brothers that are missing both of their daughters. They're both Métis girls. And right now they're asking for help. So I'm just wondering if I can maybe get the presidents from each of the provinces and our national president, if we can get together maybe and try to contribute to a fund to be able to offer a reward for information on these two girls. They're both from the same family. A gentleman, Brad Superalt, his daughter went missing 9 months ago. Now his brother's daughter, Rolla Superalt, his daughter just went missing 10 days ago. And we're trying to help them out to raise some sort of reward money to be able to hopefully bring these girls home. Again, they're both Métis girls, and they're both from the same family, and they're both from the same community, and they're also my nieces. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will step down then for our 15-minute health break, and we'll see you shortly. The lost and found item.
Anybody is missing a Dell charger from yesterday from the Gatineau room? There's a Dell charger. Well, there's two hands up, but there's only one of them. So it's at the front desk. Dell, there's a charger. My reception here, yeah, a charger and a cord with a phone charger right where you registered. Just over there, a few feet out to your left.
Walter? Walt? All right, if we can have everyone coming back to your seats and we'll continue. We'll come back on March. What we'll do is before we go for lunch, we'll mention that. So like when people are coming back, it's just. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Sounds good. Veterans are ready. All right, if we can have everyone take their seats. Cassidy, the video is ready to go. Are we going to play the video first? Youth before the year in review? Okay. Who's? So I think, are we playing the jet? All right, thank you. While we have everyone the delegates taking their seats again, of course, we have to be able to be quick on our feet. We had scheduled the greetings from dignitaries. Unfortunately, we've had a number of the dignitaries stepping out and not being able to attend at this time. So we are going to move some of those committee updates to at this point. As well as the year in review video. Are we going to do video first and then committee updates or committee update? All right, what we'll do first then, just so we have it ready, the youth, we'll have them come up to do the update. So if I can have Rebecca Lavalle.
Okay, hello. So, hi, my name is Rebecca Lavely, and I am the Provincial Youth Representative of the OT Pimswak Métis Government, formerly the MNA, and I am one of the 4 representatives on the Métis National Youth Council. It also consists of MNS Youth President Autumn Lang-LaRose, MNO Youth President Jordan Plain, and MNBC Minister of Youth Sean Davern, who unfortunately wasn't able to join us. However, their Vice Chair, Danielle, sorry if I say your name wrong, Bergevin, is here. So I'm fairly new in my position, but I know that this National Métis Youth Council is something that many of the youth leaders before me have been pushing to accomplish. And this past September, their determination has finally paid off when the Board of Governors passed our terms of reference with a unanimous vote. Yeah, yay. So the purpose of our council is to ensure that there is a space provided within the MNC governance structure for Métis youth to have a voice, especially when it comes to discussions and decisions related to Métis youth and how our future is going to be shaped. On Monday, we had our first meeting, and already I can tell that this council is filled with Métis youth who are passionate and determined to make sure our youth have the opportunity for their concerns and ideas to be heard, validated, and addressed. One of the things we are currently working on is developing a national youth conference for Métis youth to attend across the homeland. At this conference, we will begin the work on the National Métis Youth Strategy and Youth Accord by giving Métis youth the opportunity to build relationships by connecting with Métis youth in other provinces. And we also want to help build their leadership skills and increase their confidence so that they can be successful as our future leaders and attend spaces such as this one and know that their voices are going to be supported, heard, validated. So yeah, that's our update. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We next have the presenter for the Veterans Update, Dave Arnott.
Morning, I'm Dave Arnott. Excuse me, I'm from Métis Nation, British Columbia, and I'm one of the veterans that composed the newly elected or a newly developed National Métis Veterans Committee. Let's move this way. So our committee was formed because we felt that the veterans don't have a voice at the national level. We weren't represented fully, so the different provinces of the veterans that I've worked with have decided that we wanted to have a national committee, and our voice needs to be heard mostly at the Veterans Affairs table. We recently established a working relationship and dialogue with Veterans Affairs in July. In Saskatoon was the first meeting, and we voiced a number of concerns that we as veterans have in terms of supporting veterans and veterans' families. One of the concerns that was raised was the purge, and for those that don't know, people within the Canadian Armed Forces who were 2S LGBTQIA plus members were removed from the Canadian Armed Forces dishonorably discharged. That verdict was overturned by the courts, and it was up to the individuals to have to go back to the hand that bit them to ask for an honorable discharge. And we wanted Veterans Affairs to right that wrong, to automatically give honorable discharges back to the people who were purged out of the Canadian Armed Forces. I think our voices as Indigenous veterans were strong enough that Veterans Affairs has now established an Indigenous veterans component that now works with us. We actually are able to communicate directly with them, which is one of the things that we really thought was important. So in September of 23, the Veterans Advisory Committee, that's us, were approved by the MNC Board of Governors at that meeting. And from that date forward, we were ratified as the committee. So we're composed of one veteran, a minister or governing representative, and a technical advisor from each of the governing members, as well as one member from Lefembichif Optisimac, and we're also supported by MNC with technical staff. So one of the things that we continue to work on, and one of the biggest reasons this committee was struck, was the World War II Métis Veteran Legacy Program that came into play around 2018, 2019, and we all know what had happened with that. The program itself is for the World War II Métis veterans that are still living, and if the veteran has passed, then the spouse of the veteran. We're trying to work with Veterans Affairs to see if we can't disperse those type of funds down to the families. That hasn't officially happened yet. So in this last year, we have 5 World War II Métis veteran spouses that were identified and that received the compensation. 2 spouses from BC, 2 from Ontario, 1 from Saskatchewan. So the Veterans Committee continues to search within the provinces, and this is where the help of the different governing bodies and their communities need to reach out to their veterans representatives to let them know if there are still living World War II veterans or the spouses of World War II veterans that could be eligible for this compensation. The Veterans Committee has also established a working relationship with the Canadian Armed Forces. In fact, they reached out to ask us as Indigenous veterans how we felt about the symbology that the Canadian Forces uses. So as an example, our hat badges and badges that they wear on uniforms, some of them might have Indigenous cultural meanings to it. And with the reconciliation going on now, they're asking us to go over some of the badges that they've identified that could have Indigenous meaning to it and find out whether or not it's culturally appropriate. So there's 3 of us on the committee with the Canadian Forces, and we had a meeting with them yesterday just to sort of break the ground on what it is that they're looking for. So you might see back in your provinces, your veterans rep through your veterans minister come to you and say, this is what we found. Do we find it offensive? Is it something that we want changed? I guess the way to look at it here is you can't change history. You can only make it better in the future. So if you remove the history, we're bound to relive it. So we don't want to do something like that. So we may be coming to you as the governing bodies to ask what your thoughts are on what we've found so far. It's kind of short order. We've got, I think, until January to look at these badges and make some recommendations. And then they're going to call us in for an in-person meeting to discuss these different badges. So you might see something come across your desks or an email somewhere along the lines that ask you about this. So just know that we're working with the Canadian Forces in doing that. And I think that's it. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to play the year-end review video.
We're celebrating MNC's 40th anniversary this year. March 8th was the actual date of when MNC was established 40 years ago. We'll be spending the entire year hosting different events to commemorate and celebrate 40 years of fighting for Métis rights and participation and inclusion and advancing the distinct and unique Métis voice at the national and international level. We kicked off some of our events here in Ottawa when we grand opened our new office here on Elgin Street. It's really incredible to have this space to come together with our new team that we've been building over the last year and a half. We've really come up with a great way of working together for our Métis governments. And, this space that we have here in Ottawa is also for our Métis governments. And we really wanted our Métis governments to feel that this is their home base when they come and do their work in Ottawa as well. We want them to feel that they can come here and that they feel included. The grand opening of the office was a wonderful event. I think there was way more people than I had even anticipated showed up. And I think that's a testament to the work that we've been doing at the Métis National Council and showing people that, there's a new way of doing business with the Métis National Council. And there's a lot of people who want to do this work with us. So our government partners, but also different organizations that can continue to advance our priorities. They want to do this work with us, and they all showed up and celebrated our 40th anniversary with us. I mean, honestly, I'm not even entirely sure how it came to be. I'm not sure if Nathan was pulling my leg when he said that it was my idea, but I the whole time believed that it was his idea. I still do firmly believe it was his idea to bring together a game of hockey players between ITK and MNC and have the participation of members of parliament from across Canada as well. And so our team started working on organizing the Team Bannock Cup, and we had the first game just in March of 2023. And our team, the Métis National Council's team, was comprised of folks from every single governing member. We had about 3 or 4 players from each province come out and play, and we had all age ranges from 14 up until seniors. We actually had a survivor from the Al Lacrosse Residential School come and play on our team, and we just had a really great time. It was so much fun to get together in a space where, we're not there to discuss really pressing critical issues and make decisions in the moment. It was just a time to come together and have fun and build community. And that's exactly what we did. It was so wonderful to do that with ITK. The stands were completely packed with folks from all across the country. And from what I heard, the stands, it was a lot of fun for them to watch the game. And I had a lot of fun playing. I hadn't played in about 10 years. And what made it even better was that we won the game. Kanse Kioao, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us here today. As we see over at the Batoche Festival grounds, it gets bigger and bigger every year, and as does this procession over to the cemetery. And thank you for staying for the last day, because this day and what we're doing here today, and I get emotional every time I talk about it. This is so important to who we are as Métis people, to come to honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice for the Métis Nation, to honor those who are buried in this cemetery, to honor those who might not have a headstone around this area as well, to honor the women and the children who fled to the East Village during the battle, to care for our future generations, to care for them, to make sure that they could live to tell the story of what happened here today. And we are those future generations, to come here and to talk about the stories of our people fighting for what is right. And we are here to continue to do that today. One of my elders has said that, the Métis people here in 1885, they were fighting, and we haven't stopped fighting. It was days after the Battle of Batoche when the government came back to our communities, and they turned our people against one another. They had people come into the communities and say, sign a piece of paper and say that you weren't fighting in this battle, but my brother was, and my neighbor was, and turn them in. From that day, the government has been turning us against one another, not only as Métis people, but as First Nations against Métis people as well, because it's equally important to recognize that our First Nations kin fought with us here. A few weeks ago,
I was in Winnipeg and I visited the gravesite of Louis Riel. And just a few steps over is the gravesite of Chief One Arrow. And I went and I laid tobacco on that gravesite and I prayed for our future where we can work together again to fight for what is right. This is why today is so important to be here. And it's so wonderful to see so many people here. I'm also carrying a photo of my grandma's cousin, Sophie McDougall. Many of you know her. She passed away this year. We come here not only to honor those who fought in the battle, but those who have fought their whole lives. Sophie has done some incredible work for the Métis Nation and language revitalization, and we're here to honor those who have fallen this year as well. So thank you, everyone. It is so meaningful to me to be on these grounds, the homestead of my great-great-great-grandparents, for you to be here to honor this day. Thank you so much. This is so meaningful.
So we're back in Alacross, Saskatchewan. Today is the 3rd annual National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. We spent last year's National Day for Truth and Reconciliation here at Alacross and spending the day with the survivors from the Alacross Residential and Boarding School. I had the opportunity to speak with them. I've built relationships with many of them over the last 2 years, and I've told them that I will continue to come and spend the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation in their community with these survivors until justice is served for their survivors, for the community, for their families. And the Alacross Residential School is formally recognized by the provincial and federal government as a residential school, and the survivors can have justice, compensation, and the recognition that they so deserve. We have certainly come further than we have in this past year with the recognition of Alacross Residential School and the survivors and their fight for justice, finding different ways to have their stories shared, to continue to advocate for the awareness of what took place here in this community over 7 generations. But there's still a lot of work that is needed to be done. We need the federal government and the provincial government of Saskatchewan to come to the table to negotiate, to settle this once and for all so that the survivors can continue down their pathway of healing, so that they can know that their stories are heard and that their stories are believed. And until that day, we'll continue fighting. The Métis National Council will stand behind the survivors of Alacross, and I will continue to be here on every September 30th, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, until that day comes. I've been really fortunate over the last year to get to spend some time with folks who were around 40 years ago in the development and the conversations of why the Métis National Council was needed. Folks like John Morrisseau. I had a really great conversation with Elmer Ghostkeeper at the M&A Assembly this summer. And then I even met, and I had known him for some time, but I didn't understand his involvement in it, Tim Lowe from Métis Nation, British Columbia, and other folks along the way who were involved in the very beginning of the Métis National Council. And I think it's really important that I have the opportunity to meet with them to say, what was the intent of starting the Métis National Council 40 years ago? Because it's really important that we look back on the 40 years, we think about where we really came from so that we can think about where we need to go in the future. And so it's a really great opportunity for me as president of the Métis National Council to spend this year, our 40th year, in that kind of state of reflection. When I was elected 2 years ago, I knew some changes needed to be made to the Métis National Council. Our Métis governments have progressed at a super rapid pace over the last number of years, and many of them signing self-government agreements, now negotiating and trying to pass legislation for the implementation of self-government. And the Métis National Council kind of remained in this stagnant state of
It existed. It was the national voice and the international voice, but it didn't evolve to create the collaboration and the space for our Métis governments when they had evolved so much. And so for this last year, it's been an opportunity for me to think back, to really understand where the Métis National Council had come from. What was its purpose? What purpose has it served to this point? And what purpose does it need to serve moving forward? And that's a lot of change for an organization, and it will take some time. And I think we have done a significant amount of work in the last 2 years to evolve the Métis National Council to make it really that national space for our Métis governments to come together, to collaborate, to have conversations about what is the shared priority areas of the Métis Nation and how can we move forward together while respecting their jurisdictions as Métis governments and respecting that everybody's in a different place. Everybody has different priorities based on where they're located. Geography plays a really big role in determining what our priorities are. But there's always going to be areas where we need to come together as one Métis Nation, and we need to move forward on those areas together. We're all struggling still to make sure that Métis citizens across the Métis Nation homeland can have access to equitable health care. That's one of those areas where we'll continue to push together. We have our permanent bilateral mechanism, the space with the federal government to come together and work together to negotiate long-term sustainable federal funding to be able to deliver programs and services directly to Métis citizens. That's the space where the Métis National Council can come in, can convene, can facilitate, and really bring people together. I think a really big part of the work that the Métis National Council has done over the last 2 years and will continue to do is bring people together and making sure everybody's voices are heard in policy development at the federal level too. Of course, we know the federal government is a system that wasn't designed for Métis people, but we need to insert ourselves where we can so that we are not left behind and that we are no longer forgotten people. And we can do that through policy work. And so we have a brilliant team at the Métis National Council of our policy staff who collaborate with policy staff within each of the Métis governments to make sure that we're working together to influence policy at the federal government as well. Over the last 2 years, it's been thinking about how do we evolve? How do we create a space where Métis governments can come together and feel heard and continue to move the Métis Nation forward as one Métis Nation while respecting the work that they're doing as Métis governments within their jurisdictions.
All right, so we are right on time here. But before we break for lunch, I just wanted to remind everyone looking at the agenda that the Assembly will be reconvening, but in camera. So that means that portion of the session will not be online. And those who reconvene, it will be limited to the voting delegates and 2 members of your staff that can also be present for that portion, as well as the discussion is a legal update and will be in camera and privileged for that reason. And the alternates, sorry, and just to clarify also that the alternates would be able to attend the in-camera portion as well. And then with that, I will ask for Sadie Lucan. I don't know if I pronounced your name correctly, to lead prayer for lunch. Hello? Hey. Tanse kakio, dutimak. Nian Sikashon, Sadie Lucan. Paddle Prairie Métis Salmon, Opigian. Magigwa BC, Newigan. I'm doing a prayer over our food. Let's all be grateful we have food on our table to share and enjoy the Métis way. From our ancestors, we learn and remember, even if it's the last food we own and we get a visitor, we share. Thank our Creator for providing all the food and the farmers that grow the food for us. And the truckers that haul all this food to us and give it, and to the people that prepare the food. We can't forget our cooks that are preparing our food right now. Let's all be grateful, for we are all blessed. Mercy.
So we'll
Let's eat.
We'll return at 1 o'clock, please.